I'm just eating my breakfast of watermelon right now. There's your one squat. Hey, War Office, how are you? Spike McFang does look kind of like a baby. He might be. This might be a game for babies. No! I didn't mean to use that. Okay, so. Got the big tomato card. And I've got the... Yeah, I've got the most upgrade hat I can have at this point. Oh no. These dudes like sometimes drop off, right? Like sometimes. $70K channel points, you're gonna make me do squats? I'm ready, maybe. I don't know. Those don't really look like boars. Like, are those pig-like to anyone? I don't think that's pig. That's like a pig. I did catch earlier that there was a trailer for the second season. This show called Cruel Summer. I liked the first season okay enough. It was like set in the 90s and it flipped between different years. Involving a girl that gets kidnapped and some defamation lawsuit that she gets into with this other girl who she claims knew that she was down there. And it wasn't. It did not have the best writing. However, I don't know. I thought it had potential. It had like a certain mood to it. It had some great like songs in its soundtrack. You know, those '90s songs, and it had some nostalgic little. When's my pasta cooking stream? Probably not anytime soon. I would need like a camera that I can take into the kitchen. I only have my webcam, and it's attached to a stationary computer, not a laptop. Stream off my phone. My phone's really old. Does that thing not die? Guess that flower, like that weird dandelion kind of thing, doesn't die. It takes entirely too many hits to just like kill random blobs. You have to space out like your spin attacks a little bit, or else like you'll end up getting a little man dizzy. Anyway, the second season trailer came out. You know, not related. It's like an anthology, but this is set in Y2K, the 90s, and one of those boys. I think he's starting to look too old to play a teenager. You know, he's like Griffin Gluck. He's like the boy caught up in the love triangle and stuff like that. Oh no! Maybe I should have healed prior. How much I get when I run ads? It depends on how many viewers you have. I don't know. Sometimes I get like, but when I run ads, sometimes I get like 10 cents a day. $10 to 20 cents. But that's because I don't have very many viewers. The more viewers you have, the more ad money you can get. Yeah, when you start getting like thousands of viewers stream, like the ad money is it's kind of high. Come on. Come on. But you know, speaking about being too old to play high school, you know, that's always been like kind of one of my demarcations for like whether someone's like old or not, is like when you age out of the ability to play a teenager in like a Hollywood teen show. You wish we could pick what ads we run? Yeah. I wish we could pick it too. Some ads I think are okay, and then some ads I just don't like. Don't like at all. Oh my god, these tomato cards don't heal enough. Oh jeez. if you could pick your ads, you would run anime ads. Honestly, I would probably run the most annoying ads I could. Just to make people suffer. Like, there's that Papa John's ad I hate so much where there's a guy and a girl, and then the guy's like, don't eat my pizza, and then she just eats all the pepperonis off of it. And it pretends like the pepperonis give her gamer fuel or whatever. And it would play so much like a while ago that I just get so annoyed whenever it came on. Oh, you know that ad? Yeah. Let's buy some tomato juice. Imagine just eating straight up pepperonis. I mean, without a drink too? It's like pepperonis are so salty. You gotta break that up with like a drink or something, at least. But she's just popping them in one after another. Only I could increase my fence. Whew. Maybe they didn't have like a skip cutscene button just because like they didn't expect people to die as many times as me. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I'm not doing too bad this time. One Piece ads. Wow, you're strong. Now I'll get serious. Oh no, he's recovering all his health. He's drinking that, I don't know, garlic juice? Is that what enemies drink? Instead of tomato juice? I would love to drink garlic juice. I would love to see it. What does that entail? I don't know. I only know that I love garlic. Why do these bosses have second phases? All the time. I say that like I fought many bosses, but this is like the second boss, I think. Who gave this croc the power of lightning? You'd assume, like, crocs wouldn't like lightning. Since, they spend a lot of time in water. I assume that they'd be very susceptible to, you know, electricity. At least by Pokemon rules, like, an alligator would definitely be weak to electricity. Getting closer. No. No. Heal up, heal up, heal up. Oh! He's dead. He's dead. I don't believe it. You bait me. But now, you're going to have to take on the desert route to get the water. Okay. Whoa, no, 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 no. Why is this shield still going? Hello? Sir? Will the shield still be here? I'm so low in health. I kind of want to go back to save, but like, I'm afraid I'll die on the way back. Give me some tomatoes, bro. No. Hey, Beck. How are you? Yeah, it is a cute game. You're a vampire that drinks tomato juice instead of blood. I'm glad you're doing well. I'm doing fine. I kind of like, I don't know. I kind of regret like not streaming as much or as regularly. Just because like, I don't know. Sometimes things come up or just like I'm not feeling it. Ring. It's Professor Steam. Hello, Professor. What's going on? Yeah, I guess. I don't know. It's just like I have like a... I have a feeling I should be, you know, just to be a little bit more regular about things. You have achieved another level of experience. Be careful. Oh yeah, you don't like fully recover whenever you heal in this game. I was wondering if a level up would like... I sure wish my party mate would like attack things. Oh no! No! Didn't save after that boss. I'm gonna have to fight the boss again. It's fine, I suppose. Let me buy my tomato juice. Then we'll go attack that croc again. I could really use a stronger hat. Yeah. All Rudy seems to do is just like run back and forth. Mostly. These blobs kind of remind me of like multi. just like little balls of rice flour or something. Mm. Woo, woo, woo. Rudy was doing decent for that one little bit there. Yeah. I can do the most damage when I'm in like a straight line from him, like to the side of him, and then like he just walks over. Because then he gets hit by my hat like the most times. No! I have to be very careful. More careful than that. More careful than I'm being right there. Is tomato juice like full heal? It's like almost full heal if it's not like completely full. No! Tomato juice. Yeah, I suppose it's not a full heal because... Oh my god. Last time it only healed me to 5 something tomatoes. And I have at least 6 tomatoes. No. Tomato. 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 Rudy. Rudy. I feel like I'm on the Cosby Show. Rudy. Did you eat my pudding pops, Rudy? Hey, Rift. How are you? I. You don't think this croc looks twisted? No! I beat that croc before. I should be able to do it again. Riff, did you order like the GameStop one? The GameStop, Here's the Kingdom with the wood plaque or whatever? Ooh. I wonder if there's like an optimum strategy to like cheese enemies in this game. I know like the best thing to do probably is just like to throw your hat. But no. Are there certain positions I should be doing? Certain combos? You brought a home girl last night and you didn't get home until like 6 a.m, which is normal for you, but her alarm went off like 10 times, so you woke up really early. Oh. You didn't get to sleep. Ah. She's one of those people that puts on like a bunch of alarms to wake up. I've done that before. Eventually you get to a point where it's like you're just waking up every like 10 seconds. Were you with that girl when you were watching Rascal's stream? Was she watching that stream? Did I actually get hurt while my hat was going? Oi! Or do I have like temporary immunity? I would assume that I could get hurt. I feel like I remember getting hurt. Oi! Second phase. No. No. Let's look around. Let's let's see if I can maybe grind for some money. that I can get more tomato juice. I mean, that's a decent amount of money. You know, 10 G's? Decent. Rift, how you coming home with all these different girls in your small town in Indiana? Ah, big ol' going. Wouldn't you have, like, you know, met them all already? Wouldn't you have exhausted the pool? These sandboards maybe not worth it. What's this? This structure. I should get more upgrades. Also, they're giving me these gigantic coins. Why? Why wouldn't it let me pick up that coin? I was going right on it. You're gonna be waiting a long time, Evil. If you're waiting for those pasta commands. You're gonna be waiting a long time. I'm still easily working on the BRB screen. And by working, I mean like every few days. I spend 10 seconds on it. Bum to the bum to the bum to the base. Bum to the base to the bumble. You know, it's a shame. I've heard like Buck Bumble, the game, is not very good. I've heard that's not very good. However, it does have that great title song. You know? Bum to the bum to the bum to the bass. Bum to the bass to the bumble. Classic. Bum to the bum to the bum to the bass. Bum to the bass to the mumble. When am I gonna play Sonic games? I have no idea. Maybe someday. You know, that's on my... That's on the list that's in my noggin. But I don't know when I'll get around to Sonic games. Sonic 2. Wow. Can't believe I died to some Can't believe I died to some random enemies. Why I no fight the books and become the doctor? What are you talking about, Lumi? What are you talking about? Bum to the bum to the bums to the bass. Bum to the bass to the bumble. And these enemies have just way too much health. They have way too much health. I'm just a low guy. How come... How did they expect me to fight all these things with like so much health? And they drop like a penny? Come on. Oh, what's up with this rock? Does this rock do anything? I just keep like... I don't know if that rock did anything. Hey, it's a big... like a 10-cent, right? Yes. Oh no. Tell you what I'm not doing, and I'm not going to be dying to some random enemy. Not gonna be dying to the mobs. Yeah, it is a little bit more satisfying to use my cape and everything. Woo! Okay. Well, now I can buy 3 tomato juices. Oi! Garlic. You're gonna have to calm down. You hit new Zelda game ads? Oh, you're starting to see ads for the new Zelda game? I don't know if I've seen any. I've seen, you know, the trailers stuff they put out, but like not any ads. I haven't seen them yet. Bum to the bum to the bum to the bass. Bum to the bass to the bumble. Save. Okay, I guess I can do that. Please hurry, there's no time to lose. Bum to the bum to the bum to the bass. Bum to the bass to the bumble. Lumi, what were you talking about? What reference? Where were you? Where were you? Blah blah blah. What? What was that about? Was that a video game reference? Was that a song reference? Was that something? What was it? Explain yourself, Lumi. Yeah. What about the books and the doctor? You know, Sum 41 just like announced they were breaking up. And then I realized, oh wow. I don't know if I know Sum 41 songs. I tried to know, where are you? But that's Blink 182. I'm so sorry. But yeah, that's like that's Blink 182. Has Sum 41 even made any new music in 20 years? They have. I think I think their music is like more like screamo or something now. You're making a joke about my stream title and the generic stereotype that Asians all study to become the doctor. Um well, first of all, I'm Italian. So, I don't know if there is a stereotype that Italians become doctors. I think Italians are very opposed to medicine. You know, the remedy is just to drink some olive oil and get some greasy poops for everything. Evil, you think I look Chinese? I'd be careful who you say that to. I would be careful who you say that to, Evil. Oy. It's okay, Evil. I know you didn't mean anything by it. Pasta, what's my lineage? Um I'm descended from the great Emperor Augustus of the Roman Empire. And like that one King of the Hill episode where Dale starts to get Cotton mad by saying Khan is Japanese, and Cotton just looks at him and goes, "Nope, he's Laotian." Did I prefer King of the Hill dubbed or subbed? I didn't watch King of the Hill with any subs. And I've only seen like tiny little clips of it dubbed. they're trying to bring King of the Hill back. Your strongest lineage is Lithuanian and Canadian. Wow, you are strong. Now I'll get serious. Oh. Tomato, tomato. You're like entirely British and some Irish on your mom's side. But your family has lived in America since the 1700s? Wow. Is anyone in your family in like the DAR? The Daughters of the American Revolution. That exclusive organization that that has women that can trace their lineage back to, you know, of course, the American Revolution. So. And they have like, I don't know, tea parties or something. I don't know what they do with their time. Honestly, besides like just have like tea parties or brunch or whatever. Hey Ferrum, how are you? Oh, no, I'm dead, I'm dead. Your ancestor came over to America as an indentured servant. Glad you're doing well. I'm doing okay today. What percent of spaghetti are you? You need that as a command? I don't know. I don't really... Okay. I don't know. In other streams, it's okay. But in my stream, I don't really like spammy commands because, like, it makes it hard for me to, like, actually see, like, chat messages. Was my favorite food to cook, or was my favorite food to eat? Because I don't really cook that much. To cook? I don't know. I just like to just put things in the microwave, you know? So, in the spirit of that, you know, I like to take a little pastaroni and I like to just, like, entirely nuke it in the microwave. It's easy and the result is satisfying. Sometimes, you know, I throw in some onion there, sometimes, you know? Sometimes I throw in a little chicken. You're surprised Rascal doesn't filter messages sent from himself? Favorite way to eat soba? I don't like cold soba. So... So there's that. I would like it warm. Or hot, yeah. like yakisoba. Like, whoa. Like, you know, fried soba. No. This game is like... This game is like, what, like $200 if you try to like buy it off of eBay or something, right? I would actually be interested in having a physical copy of this. Like, no, I'm not gonna buy it for that amount of money, but I meant like, it'd be cool if I had it just because it's worth so much money. And also, I like the art style, so I feel like it'd be cool to just like look at the game and its box and everything every now and then, just be like, oh, look at this. Could I just run and let the cat girl fight for me entirely? Cat girl? Is that what Rudy looks like to you? A cat girl? Rudy is... Well, okay. Well, first of all, Rudy is a prince. He's a boy. And he's just wearing like a helmet with like, I don't know, some kind of wings or feathers on him. So he's very much not a cat girl. He's a 100% human boy. Well, I don't actually know if he's human. He might be... Is he a vampire? He might be a vampire, just like we are. But anyway, Rift, how is that girl that you brought home last night? Is she the one? Is she gonna be Mrs. Rift? You didn't do anything? What do you mean, she just passed out? Where are the cat girls? Lumi? There are no cat girls. Rift was just hallucinating them. It's like when you're out in the desert and you're desperate for water, and then you start seeing mirages, but it turns out the oasis was not real. It was just a bunch of sand. You know? Rift was like so thirsty, so desperate for cat girls that he just made one up. Where he thought there were cat girls, there was only sand. What? You know, I've been thinking a lot about like, I don't know, I don't talk to other streamers enough. Because I kind of want to do a collab stream with someone, but I don't have anyone. Not really. You know, I'd like to play some kind of game multiplayer. Whoa. What if I simply walk past him? I can't. It won't let me go up those stairs. Mario Party 3. I would be interested, but like, isn't there like a crazy amount of like lag that could mess you up? If we were trying to play Mario Party 3? What's cheating? Oh, he healed himself? Yeah. I hate that too. That's what he does with his— Oh no! How many times have I fought this guy? A few. I beat him once. And then I kind of just like died to a random enemy. Rift, have you ever heard of Dokapon Kingdom? It's a board game, video game. Yeah, but it's got like RPG elements. I think something like that would be okay to play over the internet, even with like lag. Cause like, it's not like there would be too much getting in the way. With Mario Party 3, you were talking about the mod that lets you play the ROM online. Ah. What mod? I thought, yeah. I thought like that kind of stuff would be handled with like the emulator or something like that. Or like just getting on Parsec. And allowing people to have some remote access. Is there a specific mod just for Mario Party 3? Hey, Corn! Yes, I'm still on the croc. Definitely seen it with the first Mario Party and maybe the second. How you doing, Gorn? I seen you playing on that that emulator, Gorn. And also, what is ROG Ally? You're having a good morning? See, there is life after boys. ROG ally. You're almost done with the new Zelda? How do you like it? Now that you're almost done. Good, you like the puzzles better than the OG game. You know what puzzles I hated in the OG game? I hated, I hated the gyroscope puzzles where you had to tilt... Where you had to tilt your Switch to do the little ball through the maze and stuff like that. Like, I feel like I had, like, such a difficult time with that. Like, I have no idea why, but it was just like... I just could not get it tilting to where I needed to tilt it. We need to get the guy who invented gyroscopes and just, like, put him in front of a firing squad. Gyroscope puzzles, I feel like they're more often bad than they are good. You like aiming with the gyroscope? Okay. And then I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back to save. It's Professor Steam! Hello, Professor. What's going on? You have achieved another level of experience. Be careful. I wonder if I get something if I actually hit the shield enough. Last time I just kind of ran away from it. Can I actually break the shield? Oh, yes I can. I get a single gold? Basically a penny? How come that croc was so cheap? It just dropped pennies. You know, sometimes I fight these slimes, and they drop like 50 Gs. And here the croc, he drops like 4 cents. Crocs are known for being crooks? What crime has a croc ever committed besides, I don't know, murder? I guess they do, like, kidnap and stuff in, like, Donkey Kong, right? Tax evasion? Who isn't doing tax evasion? You know, I had a anthropology teacher in college, and then like the only example that the professor could come up with for how there is oppression in the United States was that the IRS exists, and like his brother got in trouble with the IRS for like not paying his taxes. And I was like, wow. So that's the only example of oppression you like you got in your noggin for the United States. It's just like the IRS. It's not like his brother didn't go to like prison or anything like that. It's just like they seized some assets because he wasn't paying taxes. He had an anthro teacher like that who's obsessed with biker representation. Really? Like motorcycle bikers being portrayed as gangs and thugs. Yeah, in real life, a large contingent of bikers are more so like guys with like midlife crises. Yeah, most of the bikers I've ever seen have been like really old guys. They're just guys into cosplay, sort of. They like wearing their leathers. They like... Oh, monk. That's what's throwing things at me. I thought it was the tree itself. But it's like little monkeys that are throwing thorny things at me. Wait. Oh. Scratcher, huh? Do I get anything for killing these guys? Like, killing everything on the screen? Because there was quite a lot on the screen. Not the pogs. I'm not gonna lie, like, whenever I hear, like, orally, the word pog, I always think of, like, fat-ass white girls. Mostly because no one deals with pogs nowadays. Like the other thing. Those little coin thing. Rap warrior. Isn't that what you are, Rift? Aren't you a rap warrior? You love, like, your little raps? You're always talking about getting a wrap from Taco Bell or something like that. It's okay, I saved. Okay. What's in the new chicken wraps? I don't think I'll ever stop thinking about that short-lived Burger King commercial for the chicken wraps of Mary J. Blige. Like, since it was so short-lived, probably no one's ever gonna get, like, the reference. Like, as time goes on, like, increasingly fewer people are gonna get the reference to what's in the new chicken wraps. But it was a time that that commercial lit up the internet. Do I remember the Halloween Whopper? Is that the one where the buns were like black? Black or green or whatever? I think like the dye that they used was actually like a crazy dark green. Yeah, it made your poop green? Yeah. That's what I figured. I wonder what was up with that. Like, I mean, like... Of course, like, whenever you're hardly ever going to get, like... something close to a true black. But I just think, like, most times when you see black, it's like it's a really dark, like, reddish color. So it's interesting to me that it was green. You never tried the Angry Whopper with the red bun? Guess you're just too chill. I don't like you know, because of like Instagram and social media and stuff, like there are a few things that have gotten like really popular in the world of food just to like take pictures of and stuff, and you order it. Like you can get like rainbow pasta and stuff like that, but I don't like things that look too far off from how they would just naturally. I don't find it appetizing. What's with these enemies having boss level health? Everything has such a high amount of health in this game. Except for like these scratchers, but they throw these scratchers at you. They throw a lot of them at you. I wonder if I'll have to fight any monkeys, since we see monkeys throwing things at me. I could sure use some tomatoes. However, oh, it's a save guy. You want to record your progress? Yes. Recorded. Beware of the dangers ahead. I want to go back in there just to see. I don't know if it's the same guy or not. But I would suppose, you know, just being made of stone really limits the amount of damage you take from enemies. Not like you have nerve endings or anything. Probably can't feel it. Oh! Gah! Who are you? We've come for the water. Gah! Hydra told me to give the water to no one. Gah! If you want it, you'll have to take it by force. Let's fight, Root. Oh, jeez. Oh no, the monkeys come out too? The monkeys come out too? Jeez, I don't have... Do I have to grind for money so I can buy some tomato juice? Hey Thomas, how are you? Think you've been playing that, what's his face? Star Wars Jedi Survivor? Or maybe you're not one of those people with the Star Wars. I don't know. A lot of people are playing that Star Wars game. Oh! You're not a person with the Star Wars. What am I supposed to hit then? Oh, I'm supposed to hit its face. Like, specifically its face. What's a tree doing with grabby hands? Obviously grabbing. How you supposed to cop a feel if you ain't got hands? How you supposed to throw if you ain't got hands? Yeah, I might have to like grind for some money so I can get some tomato juice. ROG Ally is like the Steam Deck, but double the power. Oh! That's what you were talking about in Rascal's Scream last night. Because I saw something about, like, you know, 120 hertz refresh and then, like, double the power. But I didn't know exactly what was being talked about. Looks like I'm gonna have to grind. Looks like I'm gonna have to just, like, buckle down and do it. Listen, Rift. You don't understand. That guy sucks. That guy sucks you in. These freaking monkeys, man. I wish these dudes didn't have so much health. It's ridiculous. You bet those Crunchwrap Warriors drop a big tomato? Is there usually tomato in the Crunchwrap? I would suppose tomato is like very common in things. We can try it. We can... Oh my god. Okay, well, maybe we'll not try it, okay? Maybe it's too much trouble. Maybe let's just get out of this pyramid. Let's grind on safer mobs. Drop some coin. Yes. Maybe... I wonder if scratchers are the way to go. But I would like to grind closer to a save point. And closer to the shop. I am so close to death right now. I'm so close to death I can feel his breath on me. It's hot and it's moist. And it's... oof. Oh, wrong place. You figured his breath would be cold and dry? Nah. Death has he's a very warm body. He keeps you nice and comfortable at night with his embrace. Don't let the rumors fool you. And Death is a very good cuddler. Why isn't this game... I don't know. Why isn't this game easier? You know? You would suppose this game would be easier than it is. Considering the limited amount of, like, upgrades you're allowed to get. Like, I think there's, like, only, like, 3 hats in the game or something. And I've got, like... I've got this second most powerful hat, I think. Ooh. You know, despite how big those tomatoes look like, they don't really recover that much health. They recover like 1 tomato. Yeah, those big tomatoes only recover 1 tomato of health. And it's not like one of those big old tomatoes of health. It's like one of the small tomatoes of health. The big tomato heals you 1 small tomato. And the small tomatoes heal you a half a small tomato. You know, your tomato dollars don't go as far as they used to. There's tomatoflation involved. You can only get the lightning hat in Vampire City. Did you look that up, or... or do you know that about this game? You looked it up, you've never played this game? Oh, Riff, did you know that there was a Game Boy Color version of what's its face? Quest 64? It's called something like Quest: Brian's Journey or something. Yeah, it's a demake. Yeah, it's like a pixel game. That came out a long time ago. Yeah, I learned this from the Quest 64 Twitter. The Twitter user @Quest64official. who has a bunch of Quest 64 stuff. And then I looked it up on Wikipedia. Like, look at how much Quest 64 he has. It's just like the same game over and over, and he has like 4 copies of the Game Boy Color Quest 64. See, that's why when I played Quest, like when I decided to play Quest 64, I thought it was, you know, one of those hidden gems. I thought it was like an amazing game or something. Because I saw this guy on Twitter that was so obsessed with Quest 64. I was like, oh, there must be something to it. And, you know, Quest 64 is just kind of an odd game that's kind of unfinished feeling. It's not quite like, I don't know. Yeah, it's not like a Spike McFang, you know? I just had to see what, you know, what was worth dedicating a life to. And you know what? I don't see it. I don't see it. Why? You know? Why would you dedicate your life to Quest 64? It's Professor Sting. Hello, Professor. What's going on? You have achieved another level of experience. Be careful. You definitely feel they wanted to do more with the game, but they ran out of time, so they upped enemy encounters 500%. I think that was something that was really wrong with, like Final Fantasy 2? Or something? Like, one of the Final Fantasies, like, the original encounter rate was ridiculous. So, in subsequent ports, they've, like... subsequent ports and remakes, they've, like, reduced it. Because it was ridiculous. And I don't know if it really was just, like, game padding. You know, that is a way to pad out your game, just like make an encounter every step. And it'll take them forever to finish. Did I die to the same boss? I'm not on Croc. I died to the tree. You know, I'm no longer struggling with a crocodile. I'm struggling with a tree. Yeah, I'm on New Game Plus now. I'm in New Game Plus. Instead of a vampire, you're instead like a very precocious boy. You're young Sheldon. You're like, actually, Mrs. Crabapple, Bazinga. Why did I lose to a tree? The tree had... Okay, listen, the tree had health. tree had monkeys that helped it. You know, so it's not just the tree. If you met a real version of young Sheldon, you strangle him. You'd strangle a child, Rift? Why? You'd strangle the adult Sheldon too? Why? What did he do to you except say bazinga? Didn't Jim Parsons or whatever, who was the actor behind the adult Sheldon, didn't he like win an Emmy for his role? I wonder if he ever got like asked questions on how he prepared for the role. And if he was ever like, well, you see, I decided to play D&D every weekend in order to get in the headspace of Sheldon. You know, isn't like Vin Diesel like really into Dungeons and Dragons? I think he said something about, it's either Vin Diesel or it's some other guy that's in the Fast and Furious series. I think he also said something about like playing D&D with some older lady. Was it like Helen Mirren or someone? But yeah. Somewhere out there, there's like a Hollywood D&D group. If only you could get into that circle, Rift. Join their D&D group. John Cena's in Fast and Furious, is he? I know there's Vin Diesel, Ludacris, The Rock, formerly, Jason Statham, and stuff. With Ricks? I don't know anything about Fast and Furious, so I don't know. You simply hit up Matthew Mercer and tell him you're the best fit for the next season of Critical Role. I have never listened/watched to Critical Role. Oh, with Rock. Okay. But I get advertisements for Critical Role all the time. I don't know if they're targeted or not, but I do get advertisements for it all the time. I don't know if it's just like a general thing where it's like, yeah, we're showing this to everybody, or if like the internet's just like, hey, you're a nerd. What about this stuff? You have targeted ads turned off on everything. I usually have them turned off, but you know, I can't say that I've been so thorough as to be confident that it's off on everything. I don't know if there's a way to turn it off on Spotify. There might be. There are quite like a few of D&D podcasts. I think D&D podcasts have been like, can I set my ad timer to 3-minute ads every 8 minutes? I don't know if you can do that. Because they do limit you, like, with the density of your ads, I think. I can, it's a max setting. Wow. You want me to do that? Tell you what, Rift, you drop like 5 subs. I'll do that for the rest of the stream. I've thought about like auto running ads, like running ads on a timer. Just because sometimes I'm like, wow, I have a bunch of lurkers that probably wouldn't even notice that I'm running these ads. so I might as well. You play a minute and a half of ads every 40 minutes or so. It's Professor Steam. Hello, Professor, what's going on? You have achieved another level of experience. Be careful. Your cats like ads? My cats are indifferent. One cat, though... One of my cats likes to watch TV. Except, if... How much is max currency? I don't know, probably $9.99. Just like Herman Cain's tax plan, $9.99. Remember Herman Cain? He's dead now. Yeah, and then it's so weird how they continue to tweet under Herman Cain's name, like his staffers. Except they changed it to Herman Cain Foundation. Who's that? Herman Cain? He was he was someone that ran for president in the Republican Party in, what was it, 2012? Was it 2012? And his big thing was 999, where he wanted some tax plan that, you know, taxed you 9%, 9 something, 9 something. I don't know. It was like a weird flat tax kind of thing. And he was also notable because he would always quote the Donna Summer song that was made for the movie Pokemon 2000, and he would attribute it to a wise poet. A wise poet once said, and then he was always just quoting that song from the Pokemon movie. Eventually, he found out it's from the Pokemon movie, and he leaned into it, and he was like, as it was once said from the Pokemon movie. But yeah. You'll deep fake my face and voice when I die and keep the Possibus channel going forever. Ooh. Probably not that hard. But I don't know what the audience would be. But yeah, Bob Ross is still streaming. He's been dead for like 20 years. Bob Ross. I heard that Bob Ross, like his art set, like his paint set and stuff like that, is actually pretty legit. Like it's actually good. But yeah. But yeah, Herman Cain, you know, he was already having medical problems and he died of, what's his face? He died of, COVID complications. And then his team was still, like, tweeting after his death about, like, I don't know, not taking COVID precautions and stuff like that. Very odd. But you know, it's not like crazy odd because it's like, you know, we don't like to admit it. But like, more of our politicians are controlled by like just a team of staffers, like an unelected team of staffers, than we care to admit. Like Dianne Feinstein, like people. She's in the media very often now because, like, she's, like, not attending her committee meetings and there was, like, oh, she's got dementia now, but listen, she's been controlled by, like, staffers for a long time. It's the staffers doing everything. And there are just a million old people in politics who are basically just, like, fronts for other powers, you know? They're just faces. Like, a lot of those old people have no idea what's going on. Someone just goes like, this is how you're supposed to vote. And they're like, oh, okay. Hey, are you my grandson? And then they're like, no ma'am. I'm not your grandson. And also, I'm a 40-year-old woman. Oh, 40 years old? You're already 40 years old, Billy. Ah, when did I miss your birthday? And then you're like, well, anyway, you want to vote against climate change reform? Can you ask what girls do in game? What are you talking about? What girls do in this game? There haven't been that many girls. There's just been cat girls. And as far as I know, cat girls just attack you. Rift, were you not here for like the first time I streamed this? Because like the first boss was like a cat girl. And she had like an army of cat girls. Okay, I'm ready to fight this baby tree with his gaga. Dang old monkeys. Okay, Riff, thanks for stopping by. Well, you do a lot of housework, Gorn. gonna need to do some some amount of housework, maybe. In the near future. If you're bored, you look for stuff to do to the house. Wow. Is your house really banging? Because of your housework that you do? Do you ever get your house appraised? See what the value is that you've added to your house? The bathrooms need to be updated. You've added no value. There's some people out there that I don't know. Yeah. Add entire wings by themselves. You ever done anything like that? Any construction? You've done stuff like that with your dad on his house years ago? Wow. Do you have any more, land that you could expand your house onto? I guess you could just make your house higher. If you can't go vertical. I mean, if you can't go horizontal. It'd be too much money to do that. Yeah. I've always thought it would be cool to live inside a giant tower. Where most of your needs were taken care of inside that tower. This tree probably has a second phase, right? Every boss has a second phase. Forgive me, Gah. I'll return the water to the desert and go back to my home in the jungle. No second phase. Promise? Yes. What a fool. I really didn't expect this to happen. Let's move on to the next plan. They will undoubtedly head for the kingdom of Vampra. The freezer will stop them there. I guess we're going to Icy Place. Is Camellia getting it better? Yes, she drank the water and her condition is improving. Why don't you get some rest? Camellia has finally recovered. Thank you, Spike. You saved my life. It looks like your training paid off. How do you feel? I'm ready to go. Good. Prince Spike, the new car is complete. That's great. And we've discovered a tunnel that leads to the land of Vampra. The dual pane windows need to get replaced also. What is a dual pane window? Does that mean just like 2 sheets of glass? That's convenient. Everything is packed and ready to go. It's a window that has 2 layers. Goodbye and good luck. Let's go. Farewell. Adios. Wait, is Rudy out of my party now? Like, Amelia? Sorry, I just missed him. He is out of my party, oh my god. Rudy! You weren't that useful, but Rudy! Damn, Rudy! My Bill Cosby impression is not that great. You're kidding. I can't believe you left me stranded in Ratville. Sorry, man. You shouldn't have slept in. Be nice to Rudy, Spike. He did save your life, didn't he? Yeah. And he helped you get the water, too. Yeah, that's right. I'm a valuable member of the team who doesn't deserve to be left behind. Choo! It's cold here. The land of Vampra used to be warm and dry. I must continue on with you to find out what's happened. I'll take a break here. Yes, you need to rest after that long run. But I'm not sure I want to be left behind again. Hey, that wasn't my fault. You should have set your alarm. My place probably has them on some windows. It's common in the desert. What is the utility? Just like stopping particles from getting inside your house? Feather? You could have woken me up. Are you guys done arguing yet? You've got to get moving. It's freezing cold here. It used to be so warm. I think this snow has something to do with the presence of von Hessler's army. Heat out or cooler, and oh, so it's like an insulation kind of thing. It must. I'm going to rest here for a while. You're still tired? Hey, I ran all the way here to catch up with you. Of course I'm still tired. Okay. So we can't switch party. See, I wondered. Oh my god, I just wasted that. I wondered, like, when I got, like, other party members, if I'd be able to switch them out freely or not. But no, it just replaces them as the story goes. I hear that the evil army occupies Castle Vampra, and that the queen has been taken to von Hessler's castle. Frozen palace built by an ice creature, known as the Freezer, blocks the way to the Castle Vampra. We tried to reach the castle by airship, but we were lost in a blizzard of snow and ice. It's so funny how you can't go into the houses and instead the doors just open up and then you talk to a guy that's right at the door. Brr, it's been snowing since the army of von Hessler arrived. Oh, it's a lightning hat. But I don't have the money. Good luck. It is recorded. Beware the dangers ahead. Why is he always telling me to beware the dangers ahead? Can't he just be like, yeah, you got this. Why can't he be more positive? Are you good at home decor, Gorn? Do you know if I should paint my walls some other color? Python bunny. These look like the rabbits in some other game that I don't currently remember. You have no idea? I really am attached to the idea of making the wall and stuff behind me look more like a cafe somehow. You repainted most of the house stone white? You ever read that one book by that one guy called Chromophobia? Where he talks about, like, the lack of color being some kind of class marker, and that people seeking to market products and themselves as more high-end, they go for these, like, very, like, monochromatic or just like less vibrant stuff, like they go for white or something, or black or gray. And then how, you know, there's this association with things that are colorful with like lower class nowadays. Are these infinite spawn? Like all this like all these? I mean, it could be potentially a good way to grind. Like, cause they do give you drops. Oh, big coin, yes. I guess I can just keep doing this until I get enough money for that hat. I never painted the den/game room. Why? Why am I killing rats? They're bunnies. They're python bunnies. And I'm killing them because I need money. Whenever people paint their houses colorful, it's considered garish. Yeah. And then if you look at the... There are actually a lot of, like, favelas and stuff, like, you know, these slums, that they actually have very vibrant colors, like, that they've painted their places, like bright yellow and such. It looks like, they look like rats? I guess I can kind of see it. You know, rabbits to some people are pests, just like rats are. And, you know, they're like, oh yeah, we gotta get rid of the... We gotta call pest control to get rid of these rabbits. Your parents would always say it was a Latino thing? How often are you and your parents talking about favelas? If they would always say that, when did this come up? Yeah, and if you see, like, when the Kardashians, like, went and tried to rebrand themselves as more, upper class, not that they've ever been, you know, anything other than upper class, but, like, when they tried to market themselves as more rich, more elite, more high fashion, they went for like whites. Like they just were like whites and beiges and stuff like that. Now and it was part of like a rebrand that like Kanye West like started with Kim Kardashian. But like yeah, they went from, you know, their colorful clothing to a more luxe, just white brand. NorCal is different, but SoCal has been mostly Latino for years now. I don't think Las Vegas is mostly Latino, but like when I went to high school, that was the #1 ethnic group at my high school. I think it's and in general in schools, like, you know, I've generally been to places. I've generally gone to schools with a high amount of Latino students. At my high school, actually, the #1 ethnic group was Latino, and then the second highest was Asian, and then white, and then black, and then other. You know, actually, it sounds weird to say it now, even because but we had like, I don't know, like in middle school, we had like some kind of race war between middle schoolers, like just a bunch of people fighting all the time. Like after school, not like in school. They respected the sanctity of school. But like, there were all these like big fights between a bunch of like Asian students and then like Latino students in middle school. I know, there was some big drama. 600 now? Or is it like 800 I need? We'll see. I wonder... A stranger came through here recently. He went towards Mount Vampra and has not returned. Kagome. Do they all have names above their houses? No, it's just her. Oh, I need 800. Okay. Almost there, almost there. I can just keep grinding those rabbits. Yes, I know I must succeed in my mission. I'm not trying to fail the mission. Listen, despite what it looks like, I'm not trying to fail it. You know, there are a lot of games I wanna try and play. But I'm always like, you know, I gotta get through the games I have. And I just think, wow. Not that I dislike the games I have. I actually like a lot of the games that, you know, I'm currently playing. But I just want to play more. I have other aspirations. Other things that keep me up at night and make me think, wow, what if I played this game? Ring? It's Professor Sting. Hello, Professor. What's up? You have achieved another level of experience. Keep it up. What? That last coin disappeared. It was the last coin that I needed to get the lightning hat. Oh, there's a big coin. Okay, whatever. Who cares? No need to do a small fly. When you get those big bucks, you don't gotta worry about pennies. Even though I don't have the big bucks, I still don't worry about pennies. I'm just like, okay. This is basically garbage. It's so twisted that like vending machines and like other people will not take pennies. It's like, hello? This is legal tender. They either need to like get rid of pennies or they need to force every single thing to take pennies. No middle ground here, okay? There we go. I got that lightning hat. This is like the best hat, right? What does that do? Is it just faster or what? What's going on? Why is this lightning hat so good? Oh, does it home? Is that its deal? It homes? Maybe. Who knows? Gordon, did you say that you played this game? I think you're at least aware of this game, right? You're aware of a lot of these retro games. Oh, yes. Yes, I remember you made a bootleg of it, yeah. But you only played it for 30 minutes. Why, it just didn't capture your attention? What does that thing do? What do these things do? You liked it, but you kind of stopped playing the real hardware SNES at that point? Wait. Not an arrow sticky. Do I want to just maybe do this big old spin? Because you got the Mr. FPGA system. I don't know if that's a thing. That's supposed to be an ape? That looks like a damn chicken. That looks like a chicken man. Are you sure that's an ape game? Looks like a yeti. That was my other thought. But if you look at its face, it looks kind of like a chicken. Yeah, I think this hat does kind of hone a bit. It kind of lingers. What's Camellia even been doing besides just like spinning around? Does she actually like attack? I just see her spinning. Like that bunny was right on her heels and she didn't do a thing. I forgot, is she my love interest in this game? Might be. Oh, I can get frozen? Whoa, it can turn pink and enraged. Just like your skin, if you pick it too much, it can turn pink and enraged. Look at Camellia. She's just down there slacking. Not doing the damn thing. Whoa. They're so fast in their pink. Huh? Ah. Go up and down. Is there any point for me to be up here? No. Seems kind of tricky. Is there more stuff over here? No, no. There's only one path. This is a pretty linear game. They don't really give you very many alternative paths. You know what? I'm gonna take a little bathroom break. I'm back. Hey, Rift. You back? You back from lurking, Rift? Also, how did I gain viewers? I gained like 2 viewers while I was like out there pooping. Let's see. Your streams do really well. Yeah, I saw someone complaining that like when they went away and they just like left like a stuffed animal in their chair, like their viewer count went up, and then when they came back their viewer count went down, and they've seen this consistently. And they're just like, why? Oh, look at these dude! Oh my god, they fire things. They fire lightning. You got back right as I left? There's so many of these, like, things that just stun me. Do the rocks have buttholes? Like the rocks with the little stunny? I mean, not the stunny, the spears? Oh, I think of them more as like little ice cubes. Well, they're frozen clothes, okay. I don't think they have buttholes. I don't see any hole. Oh no, I hate that I keep leaving the screen accidentally. No, sometimes I just want to back up. I don't want to leave the screen. Who's this guy? Are you Spike? Yes, how did you know my name? Word of your accomplishments has spread. I understand that you stopped an invasion of Von Heltzler in Batland. Have you heard of the freezer in the Ice Palace? Yes, and strange as it may seem, I heard that he has a weakness for chicken noodle soup. Chicken noodle soup? I feel like that's so mid. Like, at least like the chicken noodle soup I'm thinking of. Like, it's just like salt. Like, I like noodles with like chicken in it. But chicken noodle soup? It's like, honestly, I don't understand it. Like, I've never understood it. Weird. If you give him a bowl of soup, he will no longer be invincible. But he'll still be difficult to beat, since he is a level 11 fighter. Thanks for the tip. Okay. Where would I even find chicken noodle soup? Ha! Go ahead and beat the Iceman, fool. With him gone, Vampra will be under my control. Oh, it's the cat lady. Hey, I didn't catch your name. It's not important. Harry, defeat the Frieza. Well, thank you. Anyway, friend, goodbye. I wonder if these bosses are always like one level ahead of me. Or if I'm just like right around where I should be. Is this one of those games where like it's easier if you just do not fight enemies and don't get experience, just like Final Fantasy VIII? What's up, Rift? Where'd you come back from? Did you come back from a stream, or did you come back from getting food, or what? What's going on in your life? Did you dump that girl off somewhere? Bank/food? Oh, you did that this morning. Okay. You want to record your progress? Okay. Okay, let's hope I can do it. Whoa! I expected a boss, not just like snowmen mauling me. Why can these snowmen like float? What? Are these magic snowmen? Well, I guess like all snowmen that are animated are like, they have to be magic. There's no way a snowman is a living creature without magic.
Now who is this in my ice palace?
I'm Spike McFang, Prince of Batland.
Well, I'm the Freezer, Von Hessler's most powerful warrior. He gave me this palace so that I could rule over the land of Vampra. You must be a good fighter to get all this way.
Yes, I am.
Then challenge me. I've never lost a fight.
You will now. Wait, is there somewhere we can find chicken noodle soup? Where would I find chicken noodle soup? Is he gonna... Is there gonna be chicken noodle soup sprawled out or somewhere? This is no good. This is no good. I ain't got the dude.
You're no match for me. If you ever feel like learning another lesson, you can find me on the other side of the palace.
Oh, I'm supposed to lose that. No. Wait, what? Am I not okay? I guess I wasn't supposed to lose that. I don't know. Yeah, this game is boss after boss after boss. And even the regular enemies can kind of feel like bosses. noodle soup, huh? Where do I get chicken noodle soup? Because they don't really like sell that in the store, but maybe I could like do the little lotto and eventually get chicken noodle soup. Maybe I'm supposed to dodge for a long time or something. Or maybe I'm supposed to hit like a certain amount and then like something activates the cutscene and then I can get some chicken noodle soup. I can't go there. The fact that they had dialogue after I died made me think that I was supposed to lose this battle. But then I just ended up having to reload. Oh! There we go.
You're no match for me. If you ever feel like learning another lesson, you can find me on the other side of the palace.
Okay, so I was just supposed to like survive for a while. The freezer is tough. I wonder if chicken noodle soup really does make him weaker. What's this about? Are those just hazards? I guess so. It's not like there's like puzzle solving or platforming in this game. Mostly just go place fight some dudes. Oh my god. Those are a lot of dudes. I hate how it pushes me back when I launch my hat, you know? Makes it very difficult. Proceed. Okay. Noodle soup, huh? Oh, jeez. What's with these? Ice Queen? They can't all possibly be queens. Surely there's one that is actually the queen, and the others are just ice poppers. Ice ladies in waiting, you know? Oh. Same screen that I was on before. What was that gigantic bird? It was just a bird? You know what they could use is like either more shops places or like quicker travel or like chests that contain cards. Because it is oh no. It is quite hard to make sure that I have the appropriate amount of healing items because of the fact that I have to take a long trek every time I need to get some healing items. You just learned this game is a sequel? It is? It's a sequel to what? Makai Prince Dorabot-chan. Please leave me alone. Please leave me alone, guys. Please. It was for the TurboGrafx 64? I've never played the TurboGrafx 16. I've never played the TurboGrafx system or any of its games that haven't been ported to something else. I have no idea what those games are like. Oh my god. What is all this now? Do I have to search around for— oh my god. Do I have to search around for this chicken noodle soup somewhere in this like big old maze? It's a disc system and not a cartridge system? I would have assumed it was cartridge, just given like how old it is. These Crystal Knights look like smaller versions of the freezer. I'm about to die. I'm about to die. Here's the save point. Sure, let's record my progress when I've just got a sliver of health. I guess I want to land in the correct spot. Something. Ah, I see. TurboGrafx 16 was actually more popular than the Famicom in Japan? Wow. What are some hot TurboGrafx games that I might have heard of? Here's the chicken noodle soup. Slurp, slurp. You want some soup? Just don't tell the freezer about it. Spike, receive the card of soup. Oh, it's an attack card? Slurp, slurp. Do you want some soup? Just don't tell the freezer about it. Ah, I hoped it would heal me. A lot of Hudson games were made on it. Hudson was behind, like, I don't know, like Twin B, right? You're unsure they were a really popular dev back in the day? Yes, I have heard the name Hudson. You know, not just like of Kate Hudson fame, but, you know, like Hudson Soft or whatever. It does ring a bell. It does ring some kind of bell to me. Street Fighter 2's on it? I wonder if I can make that gap, or if I'm just supposed to fall down all the way. TurboGrafx. I wonder if there is a good... There's probably like a good emulator for the TurboGrafx, right? Why? Okay, and then I just want to check, just to be sure, that maybe this hole is the hole that leads to progress after I get the chicken noodle soup. I can't believe I died from just like running into a bunny. I think it is maybe the way to progression. Valkyrie no Densetsu. Is that like Valkyrie Chronicle? No, I'm thinking Valkyria Chronicle. Pac-Land, Galaga 88, Final Lap Twin, Keith Courage and Alpha Zone's Bomber Band, Bonk Adventure Islan, called the PC Engine outside of North America. The PC Engine? I'm still interested that this is a sequel. It didn't seem like there was that much story for me to catch up on. What? Are you trying to, like, fight the same people in the original game as this game? Okay, so I made it back. I made it back to my stone man. Please hurry, there's no time to lose. Whew. Okay, so let's go to the room with just the snowman. I feel like this is probably gonna be the easiest place to grind if I can grind for a place. I mean, for health in the place. The graphics look like... they look like a modern, like, indie PC game. The lines are so, like, clean, and then the... the colors are so flat. That really reminds me of, like, an indie venture that you would see nowadays. There's weirdly no Wikipedia page on it, even though Spike McFang's page mentions it. I think that's probably why I didn't know about it, was just that it doesn't have a Wikipedia page, maybe. Something doesn't have a Wikipedia page, does it actually exist? You again. One humiliation was enough for you, eh? It's your turn, Mice Man. What?
Ooh, 3 bowls. How did you know about my weakness?
I do want to try to get some health, like some... see if I can get... squeeze some tomatoes out of these guys. Because... it's just like... okay. if I were to go back all the way to the shop in the town, and that's still like quite a trek, and I'm not certain that I would not die doing that. I wonder if I can use the chicken noodle soup to attack creatures. To attack like random mobs. If I use this, does it hurt them? Seems like not. Seems like not, maybe. Or maybe it did, I'm not sure. It looked like one snowman had 7 cloves of garlic, and then one snowman had 8. Which means that one snowman took damage, but it might have been just damage from... my pal, Camellia. There are 5 followers of Akai Prince Grabotchan on Twitch, but no one at all is playing it. I wonder if those like 5 followers are still active on Twitch. What? A little sliver of tomato. Oi. Looks like retro art. Looks like retro art can emulate it. That Dual Hearts game that I play on Saturdays, it has like 54 followers on Twitch. It's like really obscure. Ironhead583, that's the guy who streamed it. They're pretty small, but they were live yesterday. Wow. Bring him in here so he can talk about the lore, the backstory that I'm missing. So, I really wonder what's the best thing to do right now. Because it's gonna be very, very, very hard to get back to town. Any pro strats out there, I wonder? Like, I have what is supposedly the best hat. Just walked into that snowman. Ba ba ba. I wonder if I should always be spinning. Like, that's like the safest way I found of like traveling. Like when things don't have like the big old projectiles and stuff. But, you know, I can't be 100% certain. Oh my god. You know, it like jumped on my head, I think. Gorn, you got any pro strats for this? Maybe, okay. Maybe if I get like 1,000,000... Wait, I gotta see. Did that actually do damage to it? I don't think so. I was thinking maybe if I get 1,000,000 chicken soups, I could spam chicken noodle soups. But it seems like, doesn't really do damage to those things. Are we sure that's chicken noodle soup? Who knows? That's what they told me. They told me it was chicken noodle soup. So that is, what I'm going with. I wonder if I could do this boss like damageless. Probably not. Who knows? Crazier things have happened. I can be damaged now. Have I eaten food with leeks in it before? I'm actually not sure. Because I can't really tell the difference between leeks and green onions. I've had like lots of stuff with green onion. I know that, but I don't know if one time maybe sometimes I've gotten leeks instead of green onions, and I just didn't know that they were leeks. No! I was doing actually like really well. Surprisingly well. You quite like them, though the texture gets a little weird when cooked. Yeah, I like oniony things. Let me try that snowman screen again. I think that's my best shot for recovering any sort of health. Oh my god. Hmm. Maybe this screen is going to be my best shot. Even though it has the ice queens, it does have, like, in total less enemy. And I don't think the ice queen actually appears until I go a little bit farther down. Oh, come on. Come on. You get no respect. Do I think that I'd like Lay's Weavy Funyun Onion Flavored Funyun Chips? What? I don't know. I think Funyuns are okay. Although, just like every other snack food, I prefer them spicy. Oh no. Yes, they do make flamin' hot, hot Funyuns, but even when they don't, you know, I got that, little spice that I can add myself to add a little heat. Yeah, that's ground up chili pepper. No other spices, just chili pepper. I added to like almost everything. Oh, come on. They wouldn't let me get that tomato. It was too close to the edge of the screen. Yes, I always have it by my desk. And I go through, like, a bunch of it. All the time. They, you know? More chilies just need to be grinded. All the time. Do I make it myself? No. My parents, grind up dried chili peppers. Like they cook them up and then they grind them. And they also grow like chili peppers in their garden. Although they don't grow quite enough chili peppers to keep up with, like, you know, demand. So, a lot of it is store-bought, yes. A lot of it is store-bought dried chili peppers. And that they grind up, yeah. My parents have, like, a lot of chili peppers and stuff like that, because they love to make like spicy foods. You want to make your own smoked paprika? I don't understand paprika, but you know, but maybe I've just never had it in the right context. Maybe I wasn't aware that paprika was in things, but like, yeah, paprika is just dried powdered red bell peppers, yeah. I don't know. Like, paprika, to me, for some reason, it just, when I've had it, it just tastes like plastic. Like, you're just, like, sprinkling some plastic on things. I do like, bell peppers, but I don't know. Maybe I've been mistaken and I've been just like, and then like, those few times I just sprinkled, actual just plastic, grinded up, instead of paprika. But who knows? Ah! Who knows? I think I first learned the paprika as a thing. Oi! Yes, bell peppers in Japan is like broccoli there, where kids don't like them. Yeah, they're always it's always a stereotype that kids don't like bell peppers. Yeah, and one of the things is like when you watch like Inside Out, the Pixar movie, they change it from that girl being disgusted that there's broccoli on pizza to her being disgusted that there's bell peppers on pizza. Which I think either is fine to me. However, bell pepper is a lot more common of a thing to have on pizza. But yes. Yeah, I watched Inside Out, dubbed in Japanese. And its Japanese name is not Inside Out, it's Inside Head. Which is a lot more literal. Never seen Inside Out? Unless you're really into kids movies, I don't know. You're not really missing much. Soul was really good. I haven't heard many people talk about Soul. Just because I think it was released straight to streaming, right? And then like it didn't have that much marketing behind it. Up is probably your favorite Pixar movie you saw in theaters when it came out. I saw it on the computer. How old were you when you saw Up? Because I think I was probably a little bit too old. I have no idea when Up came out. I think it came out later than that. Because in 2004, I would have been in high school. And I graduated high school by the time that it came out. It would have been 11. Ah, yeah. 2009, I was 18. Oh, 09 so fine. Yeah, I felt like I was too old for a good portion of the movie. Like, after they go to, the jungle place and you got everyone running around with the talking dog, I was just like, okay, this really is a child's movie. I think probably my opinion would be different if I had seen it when I was younger. But also, I don't know. Everyone matures in their own way, you know? I keep saying, like, I'm too old for things, but I know there's, like, a lot of people that enjoy a lot of, like, just children's media and stuff like that. Well into their old years. Their golden years. But I just mean, like, for me, in my personal journey, you know, my tastes have changed as I've gotten older. Oi! Your favorite movie is probably the first Kingsman? Don't know it. I mean, I do know it, but I haven't seen it. I know it has, like, Taron Egerton and Hugh Jackman. People used to, like, make all these, like, gifs of, like, Taron Egerton, like, looking at Hugh Jackman in interviews and stuff, and they're like, he's in love with him. Nine? Nine what? There's three, the first two are pretty good, the second... kind of a joyless cash grab. You mean the third? Ferrum Tusk, what are you talking about? 9. You got caught up in your Rick and Morty reference? I've watched Rick and Morty, but I didn't get your reference. But you know, if the death sound is very similar to Ocarina of Time in this game, then, Did Nintendo rip off the Twisted Tales of Spike McFang? And there's a scene where Rick only remembers Men in Black 2 and it being a joyless cash grab. Oh, is that like when the guy's like trying to probe his memory or something? Like in that one season opening, and he's like, and something about like things and then tough titties. It was like the season opening of like season, I don't know, 3, 4, something. Was it that one? There's an episode where Rick and Morty erase each other's minds because Morty found Rick has done that Morty like hundreds of times. I think Ferrum Tusk's keyboard is haunted. I think the spirits are trying to communicate to us. The keyboard is kind of like the modern Ouija board, you know? It's a big old coin. However, that's not what I wanted. I wanted tomatoes. I wish the heal guy, I wish the save guy would also heal you. You know, when did that start being standard, you know, for places where you save to also heal you? Because I feel like it's been a thing, like, before Spike McFang ever, like, crawled out of his mom's womb. You know? Ah, small little tomato. Oh. Yes, and I dodged that ice attack. Oh, small little tomato. Rift. Are you streaming today? Did you stream? Ay! Are you streaming today? You completed like a Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts, didn't you? Probably pee? Pee. What's probably pee-pee? You drinking something that's probably pee-pee? Did you pick up like a stray water bottle off the side of a road or something? Oh, you're still working on it. You keep putting it off. Ah. What's for today then? Oh my god, I can't believe it. Are you playing more Breath of the Wild? Ah, bigger tomato. Oh, you're gonna finish the Champions Ballad today. Okay. What about Celeste? I've seen you do like split screen streams. Are you doing Celeste today too? Riff, when are you gonna make a Discord for your fans? You know, I was told by a few people to make a Discord, and then like those people did not even join my Discord. Discord. Oh. You have to be in a certain mood for Celeste, get frustrated by it because it's so hard. Yeah. You know, when I was told to make a Discord, I was like, but no one's... Who would even join it and who would even talk? I was like, yeah, and then I made one, and then it's like, yeah, no one joined it. No one's talking. Sometimes, people think they know my brand better than me. And listen, I know my brand. It's weak. You used to use Discord regularly, but you stopped talking to people you knew on there? Yeah, I used to use Discord a lot. I still am on Discord like every day, and I still use it a little bit, but I'm not as much of a. Oh, come on! I'm not as much of a Discord head. You know they're going to. Ah! They're going to change the Discord. Come on. They're going to change the Discord username system so that it doesn't have the numbers, and it's like, you know, every other site like Twitter and stuff, where it's first come first serve. And I don't know why. I guess they just found like people didn't understand the little number system. But yeah. Your old account got banned for letting no reason, and Discord refused to tell you the actual reason why. They're doing that to demoralize you. They saw that you were becoming too great of a thought leader on Discord, and they were like, we gotta put a stop to that. This kind of influence, it could ruin the status quo. It could upend the order as we know it. Really funny because compared to stuff people you knew would post, you were pretty tame. What, do they post like beheading videos or something? You know, people just like posting snuff. Lost in legal links for acquiring games in Sometimes I want to do like, I don't know, sometimes I wish I had more people on Discord, because I want to like, sometimes post little watch parties, where we watch TV things, something, on Discord. Dude, the other day, I saw like someone streaming under the Persona 5 Royal category, and they were not playing Persona 5 Royal. They were just watching the anime. Yeah, it was the Persona 5 anime. You would think the copyright holders would be more fervent, more strident about, you know, enforcing their copyright. Like, I understand like when people stream like just like these dumb reality shows or whatever, because those owners probably do not go after copyright violation so hard. You wish you could get away with streaming someone else's stream? Why not? I've seen people, you know, stream other people's streams, but they have like their camera over it, and they react to their friend's stream or someone else's stream. Instead of like football where there's 3 minutes of gameplay then 20 minutes of ads. I think jumping and spinning is good. Like it's a good way to dodge, and it's also a good way to like do damage at the same time. Is this the strategy? Is this the strategy going forward? There are a lot of helicopters flying around today. I think they're looking for any, like, missing people. Any fugitives. Okay, so jump spinning. Then Margera has made his way there, probably. Or you live near a military base and an airport. Do you? Oh yeah. I remember that. Are they like Blackhawks? It's like the only helicopter thing I know. Blackhawks. Sounded like a Chinook. I've seen the word Chinook before, but I never... But I don't know. I never learned what it was. I wish, like, it was faster to, like, rev up my little hat so I can throw it. Like a cargo helicopter with 2 blades that rotate blah 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 in the opposite direction. You have any... You have any love for helicopters? I've heard that helicopters are really dangerous to fly. Like, even for people that are trained helicopter pilots and stuff, that they are so much more dangerous than like a plane. They're very loud and shake the house. I know they're loud, but I never heard of them shaking a house. Have you gotten any, like, Here's the Kingdom spoilers? I got a Mega Man spoiler yesterday. Not a spoiler for Mega Man Legends, but like some other Mega Man game. You know, you and Rascal really hyped up Ganon in Tears of the Kingdom. You were like, oh yeah, he's daddy now, he's hot. He's not hot. Guys, I expected more. You've seen one of the boss's names and you're aware of some stuff exists that were speculated? Doran has told me that the bird village is still kicking, still around. We're not safe from the bird people. The bird people, and they're busting their cloacas. In not Final Fantasy, in Tears of the Kingdom. You'd either Rito. They need to like... They need to fatten up a little bit if they're going to be like... You know... poultry birds, you know? They need to breed them to be fatter. $7-11. Good year, good year. You know, when you said that 2009 was the last year, it reminded me of that when internet blog or /Twitter called Pop Culture Died in 2009, where they just post about like early 2000s pop culture stuff. You keep checking your pre-order to see if it's shipped yet. Well, is it shipped yet? It comes out like on Thursday, right? Or am I tripping and that's the complete wrong day? Friday? A Friday is just a Thursday that's ripened a little bit. You know? A Thursday is like a green Friday. And then you let it sit for a bit, it turns yellow, then it's Friday. But it's still a banana, baby. You can still slam that thing down and get your potassium. I love how multiple times now a Horizon game launched only to be followed by an exciting new Zelda game. I knew Horizon games were overshadowed by other releases, but I didn't think they were Zelda games each time. I thought one time it was Breath of the Wild, and the another time it was some other game, like Elden Ring. No! I hate when I'm going for that tomato, and then it's just too far off the screen. And I transition screens before I can even pick it up. Zero Dawn was Breath of the Wild, then the DLC for Forbidden West and Tears of the Kingdom? Ring? It's Professor Steam. Hello, Professor. What's up? You have achieved another level of experience. Keep it up. Oh no, it doesn't actually heal. Okay, when you level up, it doesn't actually heal you any bit. I thought maybe it healed you one tomato up, one big tomato up, but it doesn't. Jeez, what am I even fighting for? You live relatively close to the Walmart distribution center, so it'll probably be shipped tomorrow and sent to your local post office. Why don't you just roll up on that Walmart distribution center and just be like, hey, where's my package? You know, just flash them your Master Sword and be like, where's my package? You could honestly just grab one of your old vests and say you're a transfer from a store. Oh yeah. I'd probably believe that. Like, that would be such a rare occurrence for someone to lie about that, so I would just be like, oh, I guess. we're now like the exact same level as the boss. They were like, oh, be careful, the boss is level 11. Well, now I'm a level 11 too. Hey, little tomato. Okay, so I wonder if I could maybe do the boss. No? I did okay last time when I had like no health. Now I have like a little bit of health. Maybe I can take like one hit. You have a nice collection because you worked there multiple times. You had the old dark blue design with different material, the newer dark blue made of recycled plastic, a yellow one, the light blue one that's waterproof. Wow. You ever just wear them out? No, that'd be weird. Why not? Oh wait, I forgot to cast chicken noodles too. I thought I already casted it, but I didn't. Yeah, it is pretty good. However, I still don't like the amount of time I have to spend holding the button to get it going. I wish it were a little bit speedier. This guy probably has a second phase, right? I'm assuming every big boss has a second phase. Wait, no? No second... No second phase?
You are strong, Spike. I don't know how you knew about my weakness for soup, but you're good.
There's that big old bird. That bird was a thing. Check this out. That was close. The ice palace is melting, and we were almost caught in the middle of it. The freezer wasn't such a bad guy after all. He saved us from the collapsing palace. Look, the snow is starting to melt. I have no idea who is up and who's down. Even the freezer has been defeated by these meddlers. Hydra, summon all of my officers and have their troops surround the castle. Sir. What? They have all been defeated. All of the officers? Yes, except for those of us here. Just us? Yes, sir.
Prince Spike, now that the village of vampires is safe, we can move on to Castle Von Hessler to save King Dracuman and Queen Vampira. It'll be easy going by airship. Buy supplies, and I will prepare the ship for our journey.
Will do, Professor. Oh, I thought she had something to say, but she just started twirling. Shop. Let's buy tomato juice. Tomato juice. Load me up, dude. Let's also get some... This is my last chance to buy supplies. Oof. But yeah, I guess this place is all thawed out now. Let's try our luck. Animal card. Flying hat card. Congratulations, you have a card. Transport card. Congratulations, you have a card. Oh, transport card, probably useful, right? It's probably like teleport yourself out this dungeon. But it's probably not so useful anymore. Transport card. Returns you to Professor Steam. Lets you hide inside your flying hat for a while. Oh, I see. Thank you for saving our village. I hope that you can now find Queen Vampira. Oh, I can't go off the screen. To the left. I thought that maybe I could go out there and then like see what Rudy was up to. But I guess not. What about on the right? Like where that frozen stuff was? Oh, no, I can't go there. I was like, what's it look like now that it's stalled? But I guess I can't.
Let's go to the Castle Von Hessler. Take the airship.
Ah, so that boat really was an airship. The airship travels quickly. I can already see Castle Von Hessler on the horizon.
I'm glad that we didn't leave you behind this time, Rudy.
I wouldn't have let it happen twice.
The engine's on fire. Fire, fire.
Oh, that was Rudy. That first time. That mountain looks like an evil Totoro. We're going down. Oh, it looks like a Gengar. It's even purple like a Gengar. Amelia fell from the ship right before we crashed. We have to find her. Okay. Hey, where are we anyway, Professor?
We're in the jungle of mazes.
Uh-oh.
You'll never make it through this jungle to Castle Von Hessler unless you take the right path. Keep notes and watch for clues.
Isn't this the jungle that they say no one has ever returned from? We'll see about that. Okay, so... we're basically in the Lost Woods. I had thought that... we were just headed to a boss battle. But I guess there's a little bit more. This jungle kind of reminds me of Secret Evermore. Just because Secret of Evermore had a jungle, and that's something we played kind of recently. Amelia, are you okay?
Ouch, I'm fine.
You sprained your ankle.
It'll be fine. Let's go.
I don't know, Camellia. It doesn't look like you should walk on it right now. You stay here and heal. Spike and I will continue to go on to the castle.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay. As soon as I feel better, I'll catch up with you.
Wow, my accent worked. Crazy. Who has this many accents? No one except me.
I'll be fine. By the way, I heard that the secret to finding your way through the jungle of mazes is to listen for the right sounds. If you hear a good sound, you've gone the right way, and you should continue. If you hear a bad sound, you've gone the wrong way, and you should start over.
Right. 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 Okay. First we do 2 rights. 2 rights. And then 2 rights up. Okay. Oops, I went up too fast. I need to go another right. 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 Let's try right. No. Right. Up. Maybe left? Right, up, left. Right, up, left. Okay. Maybe down? Right and left didn't work. Right, up, left, down. Right, up, left, down. Right, up, left, down, left. Oh, we made it. Oh my god, look at this ugly little... Look at this person that is probably beautiful on the inside. You have traveled far, warriors. However, I cannot permit you to go any farther. Are you an agent of Von Helsler? Yes, I have special orders. Okay, they're not beautiful on the inside. To keep meddling intruders away from the castle. And that would be you. More.
Oh, no, no, no. Prontino. Prontino.
One day I'm going to. I don't know. You know, it's crazy. I've never once dabbled with learning Italian at all. I wonder how well I could learn Italian. Like, I mean, probably I could learn it if I expended enough effort, but would I find it, like, just incredibly easy and intuitive? Who knows? Let's use a card. Drink that tomato juice. You guys are pretty good for a couple shrimps. Ah, he's more speedy now. And now his eyeballs pop out. I had an English teacher who also had that trick. She had a glass eye, one of them popped out. You know, people that have glass eyes love to pop out their eyes. They love to be like, you wanna see something cool? And they always mean like, them pop- Oh, ah! Yeah, they always mean just that they're gonna pop out their eye. I mean, to be fair, it's like a party trick that not many others can do. I wonder if anything will change because I didn't talk to Camellia. I completely ignored her. There's some slight lag sometimes when it does that big old spinning attack. I wonder if that's also a thing on original hardware as well. Because there are some games that did lag on SNES. You know, sometimes they went a little bit too hard for the system, you know? They were just processing too much. Like, if you look at that, big old chain of balls, it's kind of three-dimensional in a way. But I can kind of see why it would lag. Like, it seems like each of the balls is like a separate sprite that moves. Somewhat independently. Like, they're all, like, of course, they're all attached to each other, and it really does depend on the others, so it's not, like, completely independent. They aren't just, like, one, it's not like one solid sprite, which is what I mean. It's a string of sprites bound together. That, you know, it separates and it contracts and woof. Why doesn't my hat do more damage? Why am I doing so little damage? I know it's the second phase, but come on. It only said, like, speed up, didn't it? Am I stuck? What's going on? I can't seem to move from where I am. The game won't let me move. I can't go any direction. Oh my god. What if I beat this boss and I just still can't move? How is it I can't move and he still missed with those little arms of his? Free me. Free me. No! Well, I was stuck anyway. So. The thing that really gets me is that, like, when you have your hat off and it's just flying around, you can't be using your cards. I wasted tomato juice. I wonder if the directions are randomized per save file or if they're always the same thing for everyone. Which is which is right, up, left, down, left, and up. I get that he probably pulls his cards out of his hat, but did he not keep his cards like in the pocket? No. Die. I know it's got second phase, but come on. Maybe let's heal. Ay! Come on. Oh man. When it powers up, I swear its defense goes up like crazy. But it only ever says speed up. Come on. I was worried my hat wouldn't make it back to me in time. Let's use another tomato juice. I'm wondering if the amount of tomato juice I got is enough to hold me over for this and the final boss, because it was like, this is probably the last time you'll be able to buy any items. Which was fine when I thought all I had to do was like get the final boss. But now that there's this other nonsense, I'm not exactly sure. I'm confident. I'm worried that I'm gonna run out of tomato juice right in this battle. That can't be good if I have to, like, go into a castle full of enemies. Come on. Just die. Just die, Moray. Moray. Murray? Ooh. If I'm going down, I'm going to take you with me. What? Big ball? Okay. Ah, it splits up into smaller balls. Okay. Is there any point in killing all these balls? Ring! It's Professor Steam! Hello, Professor. What's up? You have achieved another level of experience. Keep it up. I guess they do give us, like, EXP at least. Ring! It's Professor Steam! Hello, Professor. What's up? You have achieved another level of experience. They can really give you that much experience? These balls? That guy was actually just giving me a gift. What? Oh, so now it's different. Left, up, left, Left up, right. Left up, right. Left up, right up. Left up, right up, up. Oh. New place, it's the castle. Look at those dudes, they're yapping away. They're having a great time. Just, like, you know, having a little talk between friends.
Finally, what took you so long?
It's the stranger from the ice cave. What are you doing here?
You're so ignorant. I'm the leader of Von Hessler's army, fool. You did me a great favor by defeating the freezer. After I get rid of you, Vampra will be my headquarters. Von Hessler thinks he will rule Vladimasko. I'd be better at it, don't you think?
We'll see about that. Hey, cat in the box. How are you? Okay, I guess these flames just keep on coming. They just never stop, huh? I would have thought that we'd get, like, another save point. She probably has a second phase too, right? I mean, she's so important. And they've given, like, 3 bosses so far second phases. Oh no, I'm out of tomato juices.
You're not bad. Perhaps it wasn't just luck that got you this far. But now I will summon the power of Mandra and finish you off.
What if I use one of this? Animals? Rudy, you are not doing much to help me at all. Wow, they really let me teleport all the way back here, huh? Good luck. no cards left. I have no cards left. What do I even do? Let's see. It was right, right. Up. Left. Down. Left. Up. I think it's crazy that in the fight with Hydra, I just like teleported out. Just like, see ya. Left? I think it's left up, right? Left up. Right. Up. Up. Hey, we're back here. Will she be in her second phase, or is she starting over from her first phase? Ah, I guess she's starting over from her first phase. Ah, no. I wonder if I should be trying to grind on the normal mobs. Would grinding for levels even do much for me? Does it power up anything other than my health? Maybe it does, I'm not sure. Oh no. Oi! You know, I'd be on the enemy side. I much prefer garlic over tomatoes. Maybe... Maybe I could focus more on just jumping and spinning, since, you know, oh my god. The wind-up time for throwing a hat is a bit much. it can be a bit much. Of course, I'm not doing that great of a job of dodging. I think I'm dead. I'm gonna take a little bathroom break. Okay. Did we talk to her? Oh. We didn't even reach the stream with Camellia. So when Hydra summoned the Mandra, I kinda thought maybe it could turn into an animal because it wasn't exactly the boss, but it seems like it's not weak enough. Okay, let's try to grind for EXP. Because I can always go back to Professor. And then, like, get healed up to full. They should really find something to replace the money with. Since, like, since I apparently cannot buy any more things. I really do wonder if level affects attack at all. Right, it's like left, down, left, right? I don't know if I'll go right to the boss, the, Moray, or not. Because, like, after Moray, you do see, like, the different, enemies on the way to Hydra. Maybe those ones, like, give you, like, a ton of EXP. Who can say? Probably people that know this game can say, but hardly anyone knows this game. Meta. The meta. I think I'll just fight this boss anyway. We'll see. I wonder if, like, crushing these balls does anything. Oh, I guess it kinda does. Like, it gets, like, it definitely is not as long that other time around. It doesn't, I mean, it doesn't have, like, the big ball at the end. I don't know. Just the thing I really appreciate about Moray and why, I'm looking to fight Moray is because he does give you like 2 levels when you defeat him, and then like flash at, you know, the balls he leaves behind. Really? He was able to kill me that fast? Come on. Bat coins. You think Batman ever tried to mint any crypto? You know, ever? You think he ever like tried to launch Batcoin? Maybe if I go past max money, they'll give me like an extra life. I know they don't have a life system in this, but maybe like, there's a secret extra life I could get for maximum money. It's why the rich get richer in real life. They're all just like hoping they'll reach that that amount that gives them the bonus life. You're always like, oh, what? Why? What could a billionaire do with like another billion or another million or whatever? And the answer is they want to get that extra life. Let's look at my EXP. Next 15,000, okay? Oh wait. EXP is 13,191. Okay. Let's look at this. Tomato. Tomato. That's about like 300 EXP per screen that is clear, full of these like little forest cloves. Is garlic one of those things that's grown all over, or is it one of those things that still mainly just comes from like one area? I feel as if it might be a more universal plant, because I think don't people grow garlic in their gardens or something like that? I don't know. I might be off base. I might be completely cracked. I wonder if they stop, like, dropping any coins when you've reached max coins. I wonder if they only drop health then. That could also be good. Who knows? Or maybe there is no max. Maybe there is no max gold. Maybe it just rolls over, and maybe it's just like a prize. You know, we're not gonna show you the amount, we haven't programmed to show you the amount, but it's infinite, baby. Ring! It's Professor Sting. Hello, Professor. What's going on? You have achieved another level of experience. Be careful. Hey, Kawakilla. It's going okay. It's just that I have a few bosses to go, and I can't buy any more healing items, so I'm worried about running out of healing items. And the thing that the lightning hat can do is that it kind of homes in and then like keeps attacking enemies for a while. How are you doing, Kawakilla? Yes, this is the ultimate hat. But it is not, I don't know. It's not like overpowering. I still have to play the game well. I still have to get better at the game than I am right now. Got back from a bunch of errands, now you just want to sit in front of the PC for a couple minutes and do nothing. Yeah. I understand. I pretty much got my mind turned off because I'm just grinding right now. I'm grinding for experience. Seeing that helps me. a stream related question for me, can you ask it here via like a whisper? Yeah, maybe. I don't. You can probably ask it here. I don't know, unless it's like really sensitive or controversial, whatever. Jeez. Jeez Louise, man. How much I got left? Oh my god. That's actually a lot of EXP that I need for the next level. I actually didn't know I needed that much EXP. I thought it would have been like, I don't know, 2,000, 3,000 more. But, jeez. That's what, like 5,000 more, at least? Let me max out my money. I want to see what happens, if anything happens. You were working on a first redemption similar to mine, but you have no idea how I did the command that keeps track of who got first how many times. Did I use mix? I used mix it up. And I set first to a currency. And then I made it so every time you redeem first, you get one first currency. In the first command thing, I just attached another command to it that's like, add +1 currency to this user, whatever. I have 99 coins now. Well, 999. Oh, it still gives me money though? Oh my god, it doesn't change anything. Okay. No problem. I'm still trying to get used to mix it up myself, and I'm trying to get off of stream elements just so that I only have one thing that I'm using. I'm trying to put more of my stuff from stream elements onto mix it up. Just simplify things, you know?
now I'm level 12. Will that help any? Moray? I mean, we've beaten Moray before. But let's see if we can beat him faster. And using less items than I did before. You don't know anything about Mixup? Your main bot is StreamerBot. It works well. I've never heard of StreamerBot, actually. There's a lot of Twitch stuff I haven't heard about. Very popular these days, you'd say? What kind of things does it do? Is it like one of those things that does like everything? Oh, I think the level does make a difference, because I think I'm like pounding Moray like a lot faster than I was before. Yes, it is going a lot faster. Okay, levels do matter. It's not just health, I don't think. I think it's also attack that the levels affect. And maybe defense as well? Who knows? Like, I would have for sure had to use a tomato juice by now, had I not done that grinding. But look at me, this guy's almost dead and I haven't used any tomato juice. Oh jeez, that's a lot of damage. Oh! Okay, I was a little bit too cocky. I was like, what if I can defeat this without any tomato juice? But no, I need to use tomato juice when I get low. Hey Shellflare, how are you? What's going on? Oh, I had a plant-related question. Does garlic grow everywhere? Or is most garlic just from like one specific place? But I'm glad you're doing well. Because this game has like, you know,
It's like desert garlic, jungle garlic, all this kind of stuff. I know stuff like black pepper is still mostly just sourced in like Asia. Even in the modern day. Yeah, where in the world is garlic grown? Where do we get our garlic from? Is it one of those plants that can be grown everywhere? Or is it one of those things that's like specific to a region or country or something? Like, I believe saffron mostly comes from like Iran or something like that. I think it can be grown anywhere. Yeah. I know some people keep like little herb gardens and stuff like that, and I think maybe people grow garlic in their yards? I'm not sure. It's native to Central Asia. Oh, okay. Yeah. In the 13th century, Asia's biggest export was spices. We know this from Mega Man Legends, too. Do you know of any spices that are sourced from like elsewhere, like other continents like Europe or something? Because I feel like a lot of spices are from the continent of Asia. There's lots of wild garlic there. You're not too sure about garlic you can eat. There's tons of wild garlic that is in nuisance control in some gardens. Really? So wild garlic isn't garlic you can eat? Is it like poisonous or something? Because I know like garlic is poisonous to some animals. Yeah, I did get him. Oh, kill him. Thanks. Thanks for seeing me get him. You're not sure, you just know that it stinks and spreads like crazy? You're not sure about the spices either. Oh, yeah. I guess that's maybe like a different kind of gardening than what you do, right? You just go down to the professor. Bay trees are common there. Lavender, oleander, rosemary, thyme, chive, basil, lots of herbs. Oh, okay. Not sure about spices. Did I use a tomato juice that time? I think I did use a tomato juice. Yes, I'm level 14 now. Let's hope this is good enough. We fight Hydra. I've also got like a ton of tomato juice. The last time I fought Hydra, I'd used like almost all of my tomato juices. I only have one tomato juice left. So, when you're doing garden, Shadowflare, you're still playing RE4, you're on your 12 or something playthrough. That's a lot of times to play a game. So it's like left, up, maybe up twice. No, it's left, up, down? You must enjoy that game a lot to be playing it 12 or so times. But yeah, what kind of gardening is it that you do? Left twice? No, it's not left twice. It's left. Do you mainly do gardens for like aesthetic purposes, or you're like do you do like gardens for like, I don't know, like people have like the specific plants they plant to like help out butterflies and bees and stuff like that, right? Is it left down? You do garden maintenance, so mostly cosmetic. But some gardens, you're there all day and have to grow veg and a little bit of design stuff. Okay. They left out right. Up. Up. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I wonder a lot about, because, okay, over here, they put like rocks everywhere in people's yards, and they started that like a couple decades back in order to save on water, because people were watering their lawns and all these things, and it's like, 'cause we're in the desert, it's we have to be careful about water usage. So people put down like rock instead of grass, like just everywhere. But I think people have found that how the rock is kind of, I don't know, like it's like not that great as it erodes. I don't know, for an environment or something, I don't know. So I always wondered about like what, I always thought about like what it would look like if we were to adopt more more native plants, more, you know, deserty plants. That way you could do things like keep soil in place. You know, keep all that dirt in place, not have it pick up. But also not use a lot of water because like those plants would be accustomed to very low water conditions. I guess like there are cacti all around. And those certainly are native plants. Like I just think it'd be neat to have a yard that's just like full of plants, but they're, you know, are low maintenance in terms of water and stuff. Like stuff that just survives just because it's it was it adapted to survive. And then at most all you had to do was like trim stuff. Yeah, this is going a lot smoother than it was last time. These levels make a difference, man. Hey.
Oh, I've lost my power. How could this happen?
It's all over, Hydra. You have no more magic to conjure. Release the islands. End all families.
If you want to save Vladamasco, you will have to defeat Von Hessler, your father, Rudy.
My father is innocent. An evil force is controlling him. Let's find your father and get to the bottom of this. I'm telling you, Spike. My father would not do this. I believe you. Good. You love my voices. Yeah, sometimes I do my voices, sometimes I'm too lazy to do voices. You know, that's the trick to little kids. Little kids love when you just like do voices or read or something to them, like with funny voices. It will like keep them entertained for like years and years. Ah, I've been waiting for you, young adventurers. What's going on here? Father, you must be under a spell. Wake up. You will go down in defeat in the name of Awasa. Awasa? Oh no, he's level 15, jeez. And I didn't get a level up from my girl Hydra. Is this the final boss? It should be. Well, I feel like... Okay, since Von Hessler is apparently being controlled by some evil spirit, I'm I'm guessing he has like a second phase where he leaves the body and it's just the spirit or something, or the body transforms. There's no way he only has one phase. Do you know the show Big Brother? Big Brother UK? It used to it's like no longer on the air. But are you aware of that show? Did you watch it any? I never looked up what kind of accent the announcer had. Because there wasn't... Oh, did you ever watch Big Brother UK? You know what kind of... When you were a kid? You know what kind of accent the announcer had? He was always like, Maggie is in the diary room. 7 a.m. Or whatever. Day 54. Your power is nothing compared to mine. Behold my true form. Prepare to be destroyed. Looks like a little elephant with that little spirit in front of him. Incredible. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Your history, creep. Try to stop me. Somewhere up north? Yeah, I kinda figured. Let's go. Yeah. I've watched some of the seasons of the Celebrity Big Brother. Oh my god. It's level 16 now. It's 2 levels above me. But, it's because it shows like Big Brother and some other reality shows. And that I can so specifically recall like the Essex accent in my head. Like people like Gemma from Howie, The Only Way is Essex. Going, do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? She would say that all the time on Big Brother. I don't like playing games. The dub of the RPG Xenoblade. In English, it's like dubbed by British voice actors. And the voice actor for one of the characters, Ryan, I just kept hearing like Gemma. And I thought it might have been an Essex accent, but it wasn't Essex. It was Brisbane. Which I've heard. Which I have heard that Brisbane has similar accents to Essex. You're ashamed to say that you're from Essex because of that show? Yeah. British reality TV has not been doing your people very, very proud. probably people from probably Geordie people feel the same, feel similarly because of like shows like Geordie Shore. And they got people like Charlotte Crosby out there just like peeing all over the place. It's just like, no, we know how to use bathrooms. Ugh, come on. I kind of don't really understand the only ways that's it. But I guess that's because I never really got into shows like Laguna Beach or The Hills. Those like glossy kind of like scripted reality. Shows, I don't know. It just seems like very strange to me. Do I need to level up more? Do I need to level up to like 16? Oh, I don't have any more. What's his face? I don't have any more tomato juices. Rudy, you're not doing anything. Rudy! Sure. I wonder if this will still take me to Professor. Will I have to fight Hydra again? Or will it just like remember that Hydra's dead? I will probably have to restart the Von Hessler fight from the beginning. But that's okay as long as I don't have to fight Hydra as well. I don't know. I have like no cards. Down and then left, and then we can go up. Maybe the warriors give good experience. I didn't really spend any time trying to fight the warrior. they are level 11. You would assume that they give more experience than the level 10 garlic people. What is he trying to do? Why did they go off in that corner? Definitely not a six party. Yeah. That one game. That one song Miley Cyrus has. Party in USA. That was originally written by the British singer Jessie J. And it makes a little bit more sense because I don't know. At the time, like, Miley Cyrus said that she only listened to old country. She didn't listen to, like, Jay-Z or nothing. And then you could tell, like, Jessie J would definitely listen to Jay-Z. And also, in her version, it's like, when she's talking about how her tummy's turning and she's feeling kind of nervous, definitely not a Nashville party. In Jessie J's version, it's definitely not an Essex party. And it feels like a much bigger culture shock to go from, you know, another country, from one country to another, than it does, like, go from one big city to another in the same country. Although, hey, I would have loved for Miley Cyrus to have gone through a phase where she was trying to be English. Bring, it's Professor Steen. Hello, Professor, what's up? You have achieved another level of experience. Keep it up. So, level 15 now. Oof. Oh my god, I need 15,000 to level up again. But that's what's gonna give me parity with, what's his face? Osawa? The evil spirit, that's possessing Von Hessler. I think it only gives me like 400 EXP per screen wipe. Boy. Why does my level show with 2 leading zeros? Is the max level going to be 9,999? I have no idea, actually. Because it seems like I'm like right almost at the end of the game. Like I am just struggling on the final boss. So I have no idea why it would show like that, as if like your level went up that high. Maybe it does go up that high, but I don't think it's reasonable to hit anywhere near that. I think you're probably over leveled if you even hit like level 20. I have such a big expense. Man. I have such a big expense coming up. Like, very soon, like this week. That I will... Yeah, I'll be helping my parents out with. And I am a little bit dreading it. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. No, it's just that, you know, my mom's always like, I'll pay you back, but like, you just have to learn to accept sometimes that when you give someone money and they say they'll pay you back, you have to accept that it's just gone. You have to be okay with that. You have to be just like, oh yeah, not. This isn't a loan, it's a gift. 12,000 more. It's gonna be a long day. I mean, I could go back and then save and then try to fight Von Hessler again. I'm not entirely too sure if that would be the best option. If maybe I should keep the save that is before the Hydra fight, or not. Are they trying to run away from me? Is that what they're doing? I don't understand their movements. Oops. Yeah, I had a call, but it was from a number I didn't recognize. We all know what that means. Well, go to voicemail. I wonder if other countries have as much of a problem with like spam calls as the US. Because the US didn't used to have this many spam calls. I think there was like something to do with like, I don't know, laws or regulations or whatever that loosened up, and the number of spam calls just like dramatically increased.
There is one thing that I've noticed though, which is that a lot of spam calls, they won't leave voice messages anymore because that is, it's kind of like recorded evidence that they're out there spamming. But if you don't answer them, like, robocalls. Yes, robocalls are like illegal. But as long as we don't leave like a voice message, then it's harder to, say that they were doing a robocall on you. I don't know, something like that. Where am I? 9,000 more. I wonder if, like, defeating Von Hessler, the first form, will give me enough EXP to, like, level up to 16 so that I'm ready for its second form. Let me just go to what's its face? Let me just go to the castle to see if Hydra stays dead. Accidentally transition screens. Is it Tua? No, it's left up. Maybe right? Yeah, these dudes definitely run away from me. Some of them don't run away from me though. I don't understand. Do they just have like instant regret for coming at me? Or are they just kind of dumb? Does this do anything? Okay, so Hydra stays dead. I mean, it's such a long way, but I guess I'll go back to Professor and save. I want to be extra cautious. It's like the final stretch, you know? You gotta do it right.
It's so crazy now that I know this is a sequel. Maybe these characters are more well established in like the prequel game. And now they just expect us to know all these characters. Cause they did like a little preamble, they did like a little intro to just like set up the world, but you know, they still kinda like put us right into it. Let's record our progress. I forgot that was right twice. And then up, left, down, left, and up again. I wonder if anyone seriously had the problem where they had so much money. Like in real life, they just had so much money that they couldn't carry it all. Like I would imagine that'd be pretty rare unless like, you know, you just had like a bunch of coins. Like when back in the day you would win at slots and you get like a ton of just like quarters spilling out of your machine. Nowadays on slot machines and stuff, they just kind of give you like a little receipt thing that like you take over to a machine that reads it, and then it's like, okay, here's your money, and it just hands you some bills, dollar bills. The magic of having to get the staff to bring you buckets and buckets is no longer that much of a thing. I don't know if it still works that way anywhere, but yeah. Now it's like, you could have won anything. You could have won anything. This guy is really on my tail. He can throw things too, you know? I throw my hat, he throws his wand. Edie, would you for once in your life do something? I know this is your father, maybe you're hesitant to hurt him, but come on. Yeah, that was quick. Because I was at the same level as him. I don't know if I'm prepared for this next phase. Because his level will go up. I also don't have any healing items. So that's gonna be very tricky for me. Oh no, I just keep falling into those holes. Oh no. I'm definitely not gonna do it. I'm definitely not gonna do it. I'm gonna have to grind more. I'm gonna have to grind more. Rudy, please do something. Jeez. Not fair that you expect me to do all the work, Rudy. Like, I gotta get back on that grind. I gotta get back on that grind. Yeah, ripperoni. How come your little AI partners hardly do anything? Yeah, each level is insanely important. In a modern RPG, probably they would break these levels up into like smaller levels, like more levels, and you'd see more of a gradual difference than you do here. Okay, back on this grind. I know there's one more guy. I don't know where he is exactly. Oh, he's over here. I think the main drawback of this game is that it either doesn't provide you enough opportunities to get healing items, or it's a little bit too much of a grind.
But other than that, I would say this game is good. Other than that, a flawed game, but it's not like enough to make it a bad game. I think, in my eyes. I need only like 3,000. They should have a system where any excess money that you cannot put in your wallet gives you XP points. They have systems in some RPG games where, like, if you reach the max level, then any XP points you get is they're automatically converted into. Is there anything I can spend my gold on? Not anymore. They warned me before I came here that there wasn't going to be an opportunity to get any supplies again. So there are no more shops. I can't even go back to the town I was in before. Money is just worthless to me right now. I heard that vampires like shiny things. I think that's one of like the things in vampire myth and lore. Vampires love to shiny things. They have like OCDs, so like if you give them something to count, they'll like feel compelled to count. Until they finish. Hey. Let's see if we can get, let's see if I can get my health up. Ooh, actually 16 tomatoes. Yep, sweet 16. They used to have that, like, sweet 16. They used to have this show called Sweet 16 on American television, on the MTV channel, where it'd be like these rich kids getting, you know, these Sweet 16 birthday parties. And they'd like follow them as they have like their birthday party to get their present, which is usually a car. And then they made like a movie based on Sweet 16, where these two friends or something, they get so caught up in trying to outdo each other for their Sweet 16 birthday parties. And then one of their friends, in order to resolve
the conflict, one of their friends like shows them footage of the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina. And they're like, wow, dang. And then they stop fighting. They're just like, oh yeah. Hurricane Katrina? I don't know. I always... I don't know. There are other, like, teen things that, you know, made for TV movies where characters just see like a tragedy and they realize they've been really petty or selfish. And I do not think that would work in real life at all. They just be like, okay. Yes, I'm aware. I'm aware that, you know, tragedies happen, but I need a new car. I've been waiting for you, young adventurers. Blah 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 blah. Yeah. I know you've been waiting. I've had to, like, grind up to fight you. There we go. I've almost got full health. I've got like 15. I've got 15 big tomatoes, now 16. Hopefully this next phase... Oh my god. Hopefully there's not a phase after that that's level 17 without like a save or anything that I have to deal with. That would be... incredible. Incredibly... incredibly frustrating. Okay, let me see. Something about his green form kind of like reminds me of like Power Rangers in a way. It's got like bad guy from Power Rangers kind of design aesthetic. Also looks like Cell from Dragon Ball, kind of. Cell, okay, the Cell did not have this drip though. He was not this fancy. This dude is rocking some top of the line fashion. He's got those big old shoulder pads with the little trim on them. And those nice gold boots and a nice gold helmet. Please. Please, no more phases. At least, like, if there's a phase, give me a save point. If there's a phase after this, give me a save point. That spirit floating. I have underestimated your abilities, but there is still someone that I can turn on you. Oh, Camellia? Who is he talking about? Camellia! He's going to hypnotize her into fighting us. Oh no! Still popping? Is it not gonna give me any goodies? Okay. I guess it's not gonna give me any goodies, it's just gonna keep popping there. Yeah. Camellia. You must have gotten to her. I am the ruler of Vladamasco. Camellia. Don't be fooled. The creature is controlling her. Not anymore. What's going on? This menace won't give us any more trouble. Oh my god. Woo! I thought I was gonna have to go right into another battle. Oh my god, thank you guys. Thank you, Camellia. Thank you. How did you do it, Camellia? Wow. It's over now. The land is safe. We can now live in peace. What an adventure! Let's continue to work together for the future of the islands. As a team, we will be unstoppable. Your pockets are full. What are you doing, Spike? I don't even know how much that was. 50? What? Father, how did this happen? I can't believe that you let the creature control you. It was a strange experience. Son. But by the time I realized that something was wrong, he had taken over my mind. Well, it's all over now. Yes. And you have proven yourself as a worthy heir to the Von Hessler crown. Thank you, Father. I thought that he died. Because, he was popping. He was exploding. His body was exploding. That was quite an ordeal. Camellia, you handled it very well. We all did well. Spike and Rudy are both great fighters. But yeah, thanks Caldwell Killer. Thanks to all of you. The islands of Vladamasco are safe. Now, we must rebuild the lands. Someday, Camellia, you will make a fine ruler of the Vampra Kingdom. Thank you, Mother. Let's go home. I wonder if Awasa is in the first game. Yes, let's go. They didn't really explain much about him. Like, I didn't expect you to do so well. You've grown up. Thank you, Father. You have proven yourself well as a worthy prince of the Batland. Spike, I'm proud of you. Someday, you will be the king. Rudy, Camellia. I don't think there was ever a sequel, so we never got to see Spike become king. And I are all ready to do our duty for the land. In time, you will do just that. But for now, you are still my little boy. Oh, Mom. It's got like a little swing to it, you know? Oh yeah, I remember that guy. He was like a tutorial guy. Cat girl. Yeah, another game done. You know, if I never started streaming, I don't think I would have ever, like, found out about all these games that I never knew about. Like, I had never heard of this game before. Kagome Company. Oh, is that why that one house had Kagome above it? Because one of the companies involved is Kagome Company Limited. What's going to take the place of Spike McFang? I'm not sure. There is one game I'm thinking of that is not similar at all to this game, but I was curious about playing that someone else suggested. Which is like the Ratatouille game. I was like, oh, what's the Ratatouille game like? Bulletproof Software, Naxxec Soft, Red, licensed by Nintendo. Is there anything we get if we No, there's not. I thought maybe if I load the save that there would be something like extra, like, oh wow, congratulations for beating the game. You've got a new boss that you can do. But yes. let me... I think that'll probably be it for today. Of course, I am the only one playing the Twisted Tales of Spike McFang. But hey, whatever. Yeah, very often I look and I'm like the only person playing the game. I just don't. I'm not playing that Fortnite. I'm not playing any of the hot new games. I'm playing things like Spike McFang and Dual Hearts. Things no one's heard of. But yeah, I think I'll just call it for now. But yes. Tomorrow, if I stream tomorrow, it's gonna be Alundra 2. And then next week on Tuesday, I think I might look into Ratatouille. I might look into Ratatouille. But yeah. Oh yeah, good night, Kawakilla. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. But yes. Bye. I'm not going to do the new Zelda game? No. It's probably gonna be at least a year or two before I play that Zelda game. But yeah. Are you gonna do it? I know you do play Zelda games. Oh, you'll do it. Okay. Well, I hope you have a good time with it. I hope it fulfills all your dreams. But yeah. Bye.